Hello? 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 We're back. And you can hear me. I can't hear you.
Hello?
Hello?
You fixed it?
I hear you in both ears. Oh, you've never heard sounded so good. So it looks like what happened is
Yeah.
when the wire got like a pull on it or a tug on it, the front headphone jack might have gotten messed up somehow. So
As in
plug
the one in the computer or the actual like the
in the
bit?
in the computer, like the one that is on the actual computer tower, right? So in the front of my computer, I have like two USB things and one microphone, I think, and one headphone jack at the front, and that's where I
Yeah.
had the headphone jack. And I think it seems like that broke when that happened, which is strange because I don't think it would have pulled from there, but I guess it must have. I guess it must have janked that in the wrong way or something.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh crap. All right, well, I immediately assumed that the problem was going to be the headsets, because that's always been the problem in the past when like my chairs ran over a wire or whatever, which happens often, sadly. Well, often, but often enough that it's a problem. But this apparently, the headphones are apparently fine. So, top quality to Audio Technica, who has a good pair of headsets, apparently. But the jack
Tag,
now seems to
not an
be,
ad.
yeah, hashtag not sponsored. But the jack seems to have been broken to the fact that now it only plays from one side. So when I tried the other headset, that was the same thing. Like I didn't only hear it from one ear, and that wasn't good.
Yeah.
I went back, like, so I was like, well, I think I have a jack at the rear as well. So I went to check that, and first before I gave up on the stream, I plugged it in and nothing. But I apparently just plugged it into the wrong jack back there, like the one that said rare. But I shouldn't have gone. I should have gone for line in instead, basically. So I found the line in and played it, and yeah, now it's fine. It's flawless. It's like it used to be. So that's pretty good. I'm happy. I'm sad that I ruined the front headphone jack, but
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I had two, so that's
This is
fine.
why we have backups.
Yes, exactly. I guess that's why. Yeah, you have to. I imagine like there's a reason for it normally, so that you could have two different people or listen to it or whatever. But yeah, I will say though, next time I buy a pair of headset or something, I am buying a wireless headset.
Yeah.
The amount of troubles I've had with headsets have almost always been related to the wire somehow. Like they too much tugging, too much like ripping or tripping or anything. So yeah, for now, since now it's no longer like from the front of the computer and then just like lying around in like a big loose rope next to the chair. That was probably why it got caught so many times. Now I'm like, this is at the back. I've sort of wound it around the computer and the side of my desk, so that like it's a lot more limited amount of wire around. So hopefully that'll be less chance. But either way, next time I'm buying a headset, I'm buying a wireless one, and I think ideally a USB one as well. I guess because you have USB slots, so yeah.
I have my cable that comes up through. It just comes up through the middle of my desk, but that has its bad points as well because it's like always across my keyboard, and the number of times I'm like, why am I typing? And it's because I'm pressing down on the cable.
Yeah, originally I had this going, like when I first plugged this in, I put the wire around the desk so that the wire was in front of me, but that just became annoying, so I had it to the side. But of course that meant that it kept but it was fine until today, apparently. So, but problem solved mostly.
That's good.
So that's good. That's good. We hope everything seems to work. You can hear me. I can hear you. Stream can hear me. Stream can hear you. I can hear thing. So, yeah, I think we're good. I'm gonna if you wanna parse again, we could continue. So I really want to finish this game. So I'm gonna finish this game today. Just in case this goes long, do you have something you need to do today? So we need to plan or whatever. Okay.
But I feel bad because I loaded up Fall Guys.
Oh yeah.
I feel bad quitting out. Do you want to do one Fall Guys and then get back?
Sure. We can do a Fall Guy. A brief Fall Guy break. Sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
It'll be good practice for when we next do a
future tournaments. Yeah.
So if anyone from your chat wants to join in,
yeah. Feel free.
Can give you the code.
I was so worried because like the thing is, if it's a headset, oh no, I have to buy a new headset. That's really annoying. Like it'll probably take a couple of days, which means I have to like deal with bad sound through the weekend, which is like the TwitchCon weekend when I just want to sink into something so I don't have to think about everyone else having fun. So like okay, so if that would have sucked. But then worse, like, oh god, what if it's not the headset? What if like it's not the headset that's broken, it's the computer that needs to be repaired. The jack needs to be sorted out or something. That was scary. But yeah, then it worked plugging it into the back. It might still be broken in front. Like I assumed it hasn't fixed itself. So yeah, damn. But it works. So I'm going to try not to think about it anymore. It currently works. So yeah, there you go.
Good old trial and error.
Yeah, pretty much. I tried a bunch of different things and yeah. Oh boy.
This is canon for what they do in the recess of court. Is they're like, okay, we're gonna go find this witness.
Okay, let's play a little bit of Fall Guys.
A little bit of Fall Guys?
Yeah.
I assume my computer jacks, but truth be told, because I've always had a USB headset, I've never actually looked. I don't know where they would be.
Yeah. No, the USB stuff in general always gets a bad rap for anything mic related or audio related. It's like, oh, you have a USB one, or get a proper one. But to be honest, I think that made sense about 10 years ago. That was a good thing to have. USB stuff just didn't have an IF quality. I think these days they very much do. Before I switched to this microphone, I have another cheap like micro USB microphone. It was perfectly fine, honestly. It was actually pretty good. And to be honest, next time I'm getting like a headset or whatever, like I'm not gonna specifically avoid USB mics, and I think that's probably fine. USB is a good system now. It's modern and we have everything. So yeah, it's worth a shot. Right, Fall Guys. I'm still loading it up. I needed to download an update.
Okay.
We've been given some skins. Have you gotten skins? Have you gotten the Pusheen one yet, or is that not yet?
Oh, I think I got a code for it, but not for the Pusheen, but I got a code for another one, but I didn't even check to see what it was. Yeah. I'm guessing it loaded up on my computer. I don't know.
We'll find out, I guess.
An Epic. I was hoping it was one of the like Viking ones.
Yeah.
I really do like the Fall Guys music. I know I could understand why people don't like it, but I just find it very hype.
Yeah.
It's very like, throw your troubles away.
I have a bunch of skins now, so I like that. I'm gonna be Odin.
I wonder if I have to do something to get them. Because then again, I didn't really pay attention when I was looking at the skins.
Yeah, no, I just got to type in a code basically.
Yeah.
Apparently, nothing's changing. I guess because I have the skin. Stick with coral blue. Okay. Okay,
well, tell me when you're ready for the code.
I am ready to go. In a second. Why did I say that? Okay. Okay, I'm ready to go. Is it fine if I type in the code, or should like on screen, or should I hide the screen maybe?
Oh, I've got it open on mine.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, then fair enough. Let me know.
It's B3BLQ for be like a queen. Be
There we go.
like a queen. Okay, is everyone else who
Thank
wants
you,
to
Dadabegs.
in? I know some people had like big updates, but I think
Yeah, it was a big update for me, but my
we're
internet is
just
fast.
doing a quick one anyway. This is when Fall Guys is like, no,
Hmm.
connection to the server has dropped.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, you just tried to join. Sorry, Eddie.
Rip. Gate crash.
No worries.
All right. A little bit of break from trials for some Fall Guys. Here we go.
Yeah,
let's,
we just got
let's
two
hope we don't
fancies
get
confined
knocked
to
out.
the witness.
Yeah. Let's hope we don't get knocked out too quickly, though.
True. I'm gonna
To be honest,
doing
like
a little.
this whole thing matches up with Ace Attorney style anyway. Like, there's always weird and crazy things happening. So, like, technology issues leading into an entire different game. That just makes sense. Oh, you jaking me?
It's all canon.
Yeah. No, you jaking me twice. I got double jaked.
Jake me once, shame on you. Jake me twice. Oh, I didn't.
I'm being triple jaked. Oh,
No.
I'm dead last. No. Please, please. No! Oh my god, this game hates me. I am so far last. I blame audio issues for this. I'm so far
all
back.
that time,
Oh,
all that time
no.
only being able to hit through one ear. It's throwing your
Yeah,
balance
it's throwing
off.
my balance off, yeah. Wow, I'm already out. That was so bad.
No!
That
I
was
didn't even
the
get to
worst
see your
I've ever
cute
done.
little skin.
I
oh, look
know.
At the cuphead one.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Very funky. There's been so many crossovers.
Its skin is called Odin. Yeah, so many. Yeah, I finally managed to get some skins and stuff. Like, when we last did this, we had, like, nothing. But now with, like, Twitch Prime and random, I think, after we did the video and the streams, some of the Mediatronic people were like, hey, we've got some skins if you want. We're like, yes! All right, I'm going to have to cheer you on now, since I died so miserably in the first time. Non-canon round? No, it's canon. Like, what kind of full counts things as non-canon? That makes no sense. Come on.
I mean, that's what I do with what you call it? Oh, what is the name of the game?
Name of the game? Football. Name of the game? Football.
With the...
Soccer. 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 No. What game are you talking about?
What's the clicky zombie game?
Clicky zombie?
With Joel and Ellie.
Oh, Last of Us. Yeah.
Yeah, Last of Us 2. That's not canon.
No. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I agree. No.
It was going so well.
Yeah.
Okay. Patience. That's what I need. Okay, as soon as it goes by.
You managed. There's a lot
I
of
don't really
axes here.
understand do I just have to... Oh, just wait for it to be down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Whew. How many do we have? 4 left. Oh, Lazy Butt, it's Lazy Butt's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Lazy
done.
Butts.
Happy birthday. You got through.
Yeah.
Look at all these. Oh, there's the Pusheen one. It's like a little unicorn. See, I just sort of wanted it for me just because I saw it. And then Ped was like, get one for our whole team. And I was like, I don't know if I'd want them, to be honest. I feel bad.
Well, if it's your team, you get to set the rules, I guess. So.
Oh, I'm not good at any of these ones.
I believe. You're playing for 2 people now. You're playing for me and you. So.
I'm Pregante.
You're Pregante, yeah.
Playing games for 2. Oh, it's this one. Didn't this one really like screw you over during the tournament?
Yeah, I think so.
You were on like the ping bit at the end.
Yeah.
The flippers.
Briony K, trying their best.
My best, I am. I changed it to that for the tournament.
Yeah.
I thought maybe people would take pity on me.
Oh, there is no pity. I've been in tournaments with you. I know how tryhard you can get. Particularly the team you pick.
Well, this is the thing. That's the only weapon in my arsenal is finding. I'm like a kingmaker. I just have to find a good team because I'm not gonna do it. Who honked?
I guess someone had the. Is there like a Untitled Goose Game thing? That'd be great.
Oh,
you in the lead, Briony!
Well. Okay.
This is where I could not get it to be a second, but still though, I just couldn't get the pinball flippers to get me up for some reason at all.
But that was exactly what I did for what do you call it? The Rocket League tournament as well.
Yeah.
It was just finding a good team.
Yeah.
I brought nothing to it.
You got Kirsty and Hazel, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And they just wrecked. Kirsty with like 500 hours in it. Tom just mastermind of that game. He almost beat like the pro team. Remember the show match?
Yeah.
Where they full on said like, yeah, we're just no mercy. We're just gonna crush them. Absolutely. And it began with like 2 or even 3 goals from Tom. And they're like, oh. That was great. Yeah.
I was just happy that I scored like a goal.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to go through the whole thing and have. Because in the practice games, I literally was getting like 1 or 2 points, and I was like, oh no. So that I was. Oh no! How do I?
Oh, it just went up. Grab the gold! Oh, you didn't get it, did you?
I got 5 things, so I think.
Oh, then you did get it. Yeah, well done.
Oh,
Get these 2.
is it gonna? When does it move across to the next?
Soon. But just grab everyone here. You're almost winning. Oh, one person won already. It's second. No, 4th maybe. Oh, you just managed. Wow, it caught out a lot of people here.
I didn't even notice how many people were qualifying.
Yeah.
I was just running around grabbing the things I do. So who is through? The Cuphead? A wolf?
Yeah.
I don't know what Brimley, what are you dressed as?
And one basic shy guy or tall guy.
Basic bean.
Basic bean.
Little bean.
All right.
I am gonna do a community Fall Guys thing next weekend.
That's cool.
So I was gonna try and cast it, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just like, look at the beans.
Yeah, well, that's all you need to do to cast it, honestly. You just like follow a couple of people that interested, like check who's in front, and like just be excited about things. So Brimley is dressed as I don't even know what, something strange. We got the wolf from Settle 3M. Great Striker is the basic bean doing well, and Mugman is literally the Cuphead, and then of course Briony K.
Volcanic
with your volcanic, I guess.
I've chosen bad.
Go around, decide.
I was gonna say something, but I forgot what it was.
That's okay.
Oh yeah, how is Cuphead going with Kirsty?
Oh, it's so fun. We keep getting into these.
Whee!
Whoa, well done.
I forgot that was there.
Second. So we started it because the DLC came out, right? So we went to. So we started a new game, and then oh no, how did you fall there? And we rushed as fast as we could to unlock like the new character and the new island with the new levels. So we went there pretty early with like not a lot of stuff unlocked or whatever, and went there and tried the first map there, which was difficult. It was very difficult. And we spent probably at least an hour on it until we finally beat that level. And we did. It was amazing. And it was so fun. I was like, okay, we got to do this again. Don't make it one time. So next time we just went back to the normal level and we started doing things properly, quote unquote. And then we we did pretty well. We ran into the clown and the roller coaster. That took us some time. It's good. It's really fun. It's exciting. It's tough. It's difficult, but it's fun to work together. I did it all solo when I played through it. I finished the entire game on 2 streams. And I want to say it's some of the proest gameplay I've done on Twitch ever, I think, when I played Cuphead. A lot of people were actually really impressed. But I really enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. And it's fun to do it as 2-player as well. It's very helpful because you can tag each other back in when they're dead.
Yeah.
But also there's a lot more stuff on screen, so there is harder to see. So.
Oh, the heck is this? Bounce through the hoops to score points. I'm guessing the hoops are going to appear.
Yeah, I had a total of like 6+ hours, like between 6 and 7 hours to finish the entire game. So I really pro'd it up for those streams, and I was pretty proud of myself. So what are you doing now? Are you supposed to fall through those, or
where are the hoops? Oh wait, they're coming. Oh, I see. Okay.
Aha!
Oh no! I probably should be going for the gold ones.
Yeah, they give 2 apparently. Grab it. Nice.
Can I do a big? How do I big boy?
Why? Or like the left one.
Oh gee. Oh no, this isn't going well.
I mean, you're on 7. Could be worse.
No, I'm on 4.
It's a double coming. Oh no, you're looking at the wrong person.
Someone good.
Oh no. Oh no, Briony, this is not going well. No, what is going on?
I'm flailing.
Oh, Briony, this is not going great. No! No, you missed it! Briony!
I'm getting bounced around.
Oh no. Not to stress you or anything, but you are dead last.
Uh-oh. They've started qualifying now.
Well, the other ones are 9, 9, 10, 7. So you're the 7.
Uh-oh. Wait, if only I can I get through these 2?
If you get them.
No!
No! Oh no.
This is really tricky, this one. How do I actually get up to those ones? I don't understand.
I don't know. Oh god. If you can get 5 before Brimley gets 1, you're good.
I don't think it's gonna work.
No.
I've never seen this at once. I was reading someone saying "at once" on the screen, and it distracted my brain. They're all so far away from me. Wow.
All right, let's see who wins now.
Who's your money on to win this?
Mugman.
Okay, I'll go.
Because...
Oh, now I feel bad because there's 2 left. I'll go for both of the others.
That's a cheat.
It works out because you got first pick, and then
I
get
see. Yeah.
twice the chance.
Yeah. That works. That's like in Dota. Yeah.
Equalizes in the end.
Yeah, you get first pick, and then the other gets pick 2. That's how it goes.
I don't understand how the international is working this year, because Alex said there's like a 5-day break between the finals or something.
It's gonna take place like over like an entire month, you know? So more games, but over a much longer period of time. So there's gonna be like and breaks between games and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be
I can understand having it so that the 2 finals aren't on the same day, because I guess that is a bit harsh. But
yeah, it always has been, but yeah. But it sort of worked sometimes, you know, like sometimes people are just they're in the zone that day, you know? Like often.
Yeah, whereas I guess the upper bracket people just have the whole day to think about it, whereas they're just
like there's different advantages. One is like they're just sitting there and they're planning and thinking and they're refreshed. But on the other hand, there's the momentum and motivation of the lower bracket team who've just like gone on a tear. They probably got kicked down early and then they've been like getting back there quickly, and they're doing well, but then finally they get there. I'm excited to watch it again, honestly. I keep sitting waiting for when the battle pass is gonna come out. I think I want to play it a little bit again.
Yeah.
Because I
we've
watched
been playing it a
I watched
bit.
the anime, and that got me into a couple of the characters.
We've two of Alex's old friends have. Oh my gosh, this is very close. This is very close.
Oh, Mugman is standing there waiting so long, but he's the but Mugman is the only one that grabbed it. No, no! Why? What happened? Do you get shot?
Brimley.
What happened?
Got this, no pressure. Uh-oh. Oh,
Even Mugman did it. Mugman went through the pipe instead. All right, final. Mugman versus Settle.
Come on, Settle.
I'm cheering Mugman on.
I hope it doesn't do that weird thing where this isn't the final.
That would be very weird. There we go. Okay. Final round. Oh, it's the jump.
Oh, geez, this one could
I
go
was
on
hoping for
ages.
volleyball. Yeah.
I really hope that there's gonna be a Birmingham major next year.
Yeah, that'd be cool. So, retrospect, maybe I wouldn't have gone to TI at all because it was still a lot of COVID stuff. But I don't know if I would have been able to stop myself. You know, like that feels like that's a thing that almost a once in a lifetime thing. Maybe not quite, but so I was very, very excited, and particularly having everyone over would have been so fun. I say over as if I live in Stockholm. I don't. I would have had to travel too, but yeah.
Over to your country.
Yes, to my country at least, you know, where I can be the guide, you know, like lead everyone around every good place.
Will actually let us have dinner.
Yeah, exactly.
With that local knowledge.
I can bring you to my vagina and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, both of them now.
One was carved out of a banana, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was really hoping. Wait, what's the time difference with Singapore? Are we gonna be? Oh no!
Oh, settle
Well
out! Mugman
Well
wins.
done.
I picked the right champion.
Very good, Mug. Oh, is this gonna be the? Oh, it's the dramatic one.
Yeah.
Very good, very good.
All right. Are we gonna
What's
go
that?
lawyer?
We've got a witness back in.
Oh, witness has arrived at the side.
Quick, everyone, back to the stand.
Quick. Okay, let's do it. Man. A bizarre sidestep, but you know, that's
lawyering.
That's on theme for lawyering, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, right. Parsec is up. Game is up. Accepting. Giving you access to keyboard and mouse.
Oh, I should change
Loading
my
game.
Do you know what? I went to change my game back to Fall Guys, and I accidentally ran a minute of ads. And I've always said that I will never run ads, and I felt so ashamed of myself.
You shouldn't feel ashamed. It's like that's. To be honest, I hate ads, but I liked the. I don't know how to phrase how I'm thinking about this. I liked getting money from ads on YouTube.
Yeah.
More than the feeling of having to try to hustle people down for money, which is always sort of a pressure on Twitch. Now, luckily, you can just be entertaining and have a good stream, and people will be kind to you. Like Ducks, for example, Side Ducks, who just gifted 3 subs to me. Thank you very much. That's really nice of you. But I felt happier about just, you know, like, I just do my stuff, people can watch for free, and then I get money from ads. But ultimately, the problem became that ads were so annoying for people to watch, frustratingly annoying, and they just hated it, so that it just made the experience worse. Either it just made it so bad that they hated just watching, or they found a ways around it, which then I didn't get any money. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Subscribing is my favorite, I think. Subscribing is just nice.
My ultimate way of making the monies is brand deals. Because then I'm like, I understand the business model of you want me to play your game, you pay me to play your game for a set number of hours, transactions.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm like,
100% agreed.
That feels more like you're making money from the man.
Exactly.
Than the person.
Like you get money from companies who have assigned a set budget that is intended to go to marketing, and part of that goes to me. It's like, yes, fantastic, more of that, please. Rather than me sitting there going like, hey, you sitting in your home, like just minding your own business, give me your money. Like that feels less cool. It's always fantastic when people want to give you money. Like that's cool that they feel like, financially supporting you. But it's so much better when you just get some company to do it, because that's what they have specifically set aside that money to do marketing, and that's what you're doing. Is feel like you're providing a service. You're helping the company by making a service for them, and in the process making a good stream for people without them having to feel like they're being milked for cash. So
yeah. I guess I also do quite like the whole Prime sub thing, because for me, if people are they're already getting a service and there's just a bonus for that, they can, like, my mum gives me her Prime sub because she's paying for Prime anyway, so she's just like, oh yeah, I may as well be giving my daughter like, I don't know,
$3 a month or whatever. Yeah. Exactly.
So I guess that way it's like, if people are already getting that, then it's that's
I feel that way as well. Like Prime subs are good. With the risk of this becoming into too long a rant, I'm just going to load it because we are already approaching 3 hours.
We've got to do another hour of talking first.
I'm gonna have to cut this together in this Twitch VODs eventually. It's like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'll keep in the chat, but I won't keep in the Fall Guys bit. So
Yeah.
Right. So if you come back from the VODs, hello, I fixed the sound problem. So me and Briony are now back, and we're going again. We missed one thing, which was just Dr. Scythe and then Dr. Shums. That was the Nay thing, like when we looked that up, and then after that everything broke. But we're back. Things are working. Let's go.
Hello, Shums. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that I've forgotten how to make her different from Van Seeks. I did something the last time and I forgot what it was.
Yeah, it's hard.
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me.
Well, that'll do it.
I think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Well, I've been waiting to see when Lord Strongheart's going to get involved.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue my guess that last time Strongheart's going to be the victim, and Kazuma or the mysterious assistant is going to be the supposed killer. That's going to be my guess.
Oh.
Or she's going to be the victim. Or someone else, someone random. And Lord Strongheart's gonna be the ultimate villain, but Kazuma is gonna be the one that is accused. Either way, I am so sure. I might be wrong, but I'm so sure Kazuma is gonna be the one that is accused for sure. Lord Strongheart.
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me about it. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice.
Thank you, Duskfang, for subscribing with Prime, which you said. That's a good thing. And then thank you to One Who Eats Peas, who tipped $18.99 and said loads of money. Thank you very much. That is very kind.
Is that the same as duck? Because ducks eat peas.
Yeah, but so do humans.
That's true. Objection!
So, objection! Humans also eat peas.
I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say.
Thank you, Spaceship Rat.
So, good day to you.
What, she just leaving?
She turned up to say she
Just to
wasn't going
say-
to turn up.
Yeah, hold on a minute. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. All right, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be knowing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Sholmes Caramel. Why does that
Is he
show
buying
up?
his own caramel?
Why is that showing up? What, is that going to be a thing? The brand of Sholmes Caramel?
Used
Hold on a minute.
caramel.
This was used to make a
For,
copy
like,
of the disc.
Imprinting the disc, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we going to be imprinting a key to unlock the mask or something?
Maybe. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. Oh, I need to bump up the brightness of my webcam a little bit. There we go. 24th October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. There's that weird one. Wasn't it so weird when it's this and it's in the middle of the courtroom for no reason? Like,
Yeah,
that was
it's
so
just been there the
weird.
whole time.
Yeah. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby who is the Queen around this time? Some lady. I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. The counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
Who's the Queen of Victorian times? Oh yeah. I wonder who might be the Queen in the Victorian times. Good question.
Jessica.
Yeah, probably. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Boardman 6,
My lord.
are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tespels?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord.
Do you
Yeah.
you do have the right to refuse to testify, right? Like that is something you, or are you?
Ooh.
Can you say no to testify?
I don't know, truth be told.
Because
I don't know if...
you can just refuse to answer, I'm pretty sure. Like they can't,
Isn't
right?
that more in like police questioning? If they're like, you can be like, no.
But you can plead the
What's the
fifth
word
and
we will
stuff at least,
say?
right? You can plead the fifth, which isn't. I mean, a lot of pop culture assumes pleading the fifth is like a get out of jail free card, but it isn't. But it's like, I think the idea is like, I don't want to lie, but I don't want to like.
Is it just
I don't
if
want
it's
to say.
against close family that you say you're not?
Yeah. You can't be
Maybe.
compelled to testify against yourself. Okay, yeah, which is fair. But what about like literally?
No, I
Like,
didn't.
yeah, what if it's like literally like someone you love with everything of your heart? Like your brother or whatever. Your brother?
Your
Recently?
brother
Is on
refused to
stage.
testify.
Can you refuse to testify against someone you don't want to testify? But I guess the thing is not supposed to be against.
Well, I guess
Your testimony can also be to help them, right? So
does it make
yeah.
them look more guilty
yeah,
if you're just
it
like,
will
I'm
make
not
them-
going to say
sure.
anything?
Yeah. Definitely it will make them look guilty if you're being all shady about it. But also
Yeah.
if you don't say anything, you can't say anything bad,
True. What is the fifth? Which is the
The
one
fifth
that you
is
can
the
have
Fifth
the arms of a
Amendment.
bear?
Yeah, the fifth, that's the second amendment. But the Fifth Amendment is that you cannot be compelled to testify against yourself. So if they say you're like, did you know that blah was going to do blah? If you don't want to lie and say, no, I didn't know, you can plead the fifth, implying that it is my right to remain quiet on this, for I believe like it will not be in my best interest to say, I think.
Oh, okay.
Right. At once, my lord.
Huh.
But I also remember shows, sorry, I was going to move on, but then all of a sudden, I also remember shows where like the investigators or whatever, and obviously this could be fake because it's just a show, are like trying to find people and convincing them, please, will you take the stand, please? Like, because I imagine that you have to agree to take the stand in the first place.
Yeah.
Probably, which implies that you can just say, no, thank you, I don't want to be a witness. Because, yeah, I don't know. Like, if you say no, are they allowed to like arrest you for obstruction of justice, or I don't know.
Maybe they just have to prove like big cause, whatever the fancy term is for that.
Yeah,
We've got a really good reason.
Reasonable cause, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Bailiff, go Madam Two Spells to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on.
Wait, is that Sholmes?
Yes, she's making a Sholmes one in court.
State your name and occupation for the record, please.
Wait, is
My
it
name
Sholmes? Yeah, it is Sholmes. The hair
Yeah,
shows
it's
it's
got
Sholmes.
the,
Yeah.
yeah, and the chiseled jaw.
Yeah.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I'm a waxwork artisan. And the proprietress of Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
At least she begged forgiveness for it and had a reason for it. Some people just show up to court with most random things going on. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? No, there are two of them in the world.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. Her eyes are so strained.
Yeah.
I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? Sacre bleu! At present, there is no more conjecture that proposed by the defendant. Oh, no, wait. That is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense.
There we go.
This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. O.D. Assman. But of course I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit.
Aha! Odious!
I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Assman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor?
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm suggesting.
Exactement. I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed courtroom. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hand on that information. That's mean. Quel dommage.
Quel dommage. Such damage! I don't know if that's what it means at all. Quel, I think, is such, you know? Or like,
Yeah.
such a quelle surprise is such a surprise, or what a surprise, you know? So dommage, I don't know. Any Frenchers? Any Frenchies?
Omelette de
Franchi?
fromage.
Yeah.
It would seem you are unaware of the two spurs principles.
Such devastation, yeah. What principles?
The family Two Spurs has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Two Spurs waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Two Spurs family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death. Actually at the guillotine site.
Wow.
I feel like this is one of those things that is based on a true thing, and now I'm scared.
Yeah, maybe.
You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors.
House of Horrors.
House of... We Two Spurs will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subject.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. Yeesh. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath the mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It is out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave? It is a sight to behold. You should come.
Emerging from his own grave? Recently?
Recently?
It felt like you were putting on that voice.
The killer?
The killer?
Emergement? Tonton
Think,
Grave?
madame? Tonton Grave? Madame, it will be beneficial to hear your formal testimony in this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure?
With pleasure?
Avec plaisir.
Avec le plaisir. I got a quick BRB, but then let's get into this.
Ruh-roh. I wonder if they... I want to look up the thing about the queen. But I'm scared. I also am scared that Puff may have unplugged the bun cam because it's not connecting, and I think it's because it is physically disconnected. I'm also sad that Tabs hasn't come in and said hello at any point today. I think he's just hidden behind... I wonder if I can show you a picture of where he has been. Yeah, you found me. This is where he's been. So that is the gap between the spare bed and the wall. And he's just been squishing into there. That's where he goes every time he comes round. He'll hide there until he gets a bit braver, and then eventually he'll like come and see us and stuff. But he did come and say hello earlier. Where is the picture? There he was. This is what I woke up to today. A boy. A boy. Is this the quality accommodation you provide to your guests? Yes. Well, actually, this is what I woke up to because I was sleeping. I woke up to that and that. Look at that little chin. I was just like, oh, hello. Hello, I guess you want the breakfast. There's his little hand.
I have returned.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, ce soir, avec le trial, dans la touspelle, la murder. So you just...
Dans le jardin.
Yeah, you just throw in like a couple of French words, speak with French accent, and then just say the English word, but in a French voice. That's fake French.
That's how Pierre did it. And he
Yeah.
wasn't Pierre? Poirot, I mean. Classic Pierre.
I was about to ask, wait, who's Pierre? You know, yeah. Yeah.
Mon Dieu. He was always saying that.
Mon Dieu? Yeah.
And he wasn't even French.
No, he's Belgian.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery before the... I thought that said before
just for the internet. Yeah, exactly. Just before the internet. I didn't realize the internet was already happening.
Before the internet.
Yeah. Technically true. It happened before the internet, so yeah.
Yep. I hid myself until it gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Shh.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, eh? Huh?
Uh-huh.
Huh?
Do we have the picture still? We don't. But remember when we went inside? The person standing in front of the grave looked like Enoch Drebber.
Well, wasn't that Drebber when he emerged?
Yeah. Yeah. True. Yeah, that's true, actually. That's when the corpse emerged rather than where the corpse was interred. I don't know. The gravedigger might be Drebber or someone. Or maybe not. Maybe it's a random person.
I wonder if the gravedigger was Assman and... Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense.
You're just giving up on that train of thought immediately.
Yeah, because
Okay.
she said that she had a waxwork of odious people, so I guess she would
Yeah.
be like, no, wait, that's who he was, not them.
Yeah.
No. So you truly saw it?
The Trowley's out?
The face of that monster. Naturellement, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But two spells would not be two spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Did they actually used to do this? Like people covering the faces of criminals?
I hope... Interesting. I hope this gets into... Who drew this? Do you see the name? I'm mousing over it with my mouse, but you don't see that. But stream should see this. It's Osman! I wonder who that is. I was going to say, I hope we get this so we can look at it, because I want to read everything.
Yeah. The special exhibit was something... It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness...
Wait, based on the picture in this article. Sorry,
I
just ruined it for you.
Who saw it? Monsieur Drebert.
Yes! Time to read!
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
Absurd for words. Absurd being
here
words.
Is a newspaper article in which they've put it in just those things.
Alright, here we go. Man rises from the grave. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night to local cemetery. Logan Cemetery, just behind the prison. On the night of the foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed this scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out. What? Suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student, look at the name, who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Mad sheep rampage! Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region, so Oxfordshire. Locals reported a most remarkable circumstance in which folded sheep were seized with sudden fright and leapt from field and pens. Not even the Empire. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. This year's recipient of the Royal Society's most prestigious award is Mr. Charles Darwin for his highly important contributions to researches in the field of geology, zoology, and botanical zoology. Mr. Darwin learns around such monumental figures such as Leon Foucault. The Great Stink! Parliament is finally able to address the foul issue. After a great many years, Parliament has at long last resolved to relieve the citizens of London of the horrifying stench that carries on the slightest breeze and lingers in the nostrils of every man, woman, and child. A great sewer system. That great sewer system is to be built underfoot that will divert fecal matter, blah, 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 like away from the river, blah, 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 suitable final destination. Was the Balmask to blame for the Great Blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theatre continues to draw attention as support of Her Majesty Queen Victoria. Aha! It was Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolence to the theatre's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. Or Guy, possibly. Theatre had been under the lease to the famous magician John Henry Anderson, and there is some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely with him for his insistence on holding the bal masqué there. Could his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing the city a great center for the arts? The investigation into the true case is expected to continue into next month, if not beyond, according to our sources. Krakatoa eruption! But yeah, we have no details on that. So.
Dun dun dun!
Dun dun dun. But this is it, though.
Yeah.
Enoch Drebber, gunshot? Who shot him?
The public enjoyed absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have to reproduce the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxworks from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
Oui, that is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. Prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together.
Crimes.
Crimes.
Remakes. Or some people call them creme eggs.
Yeah. Hooray, we're back to 5. We,
Woo!
because we took a break, we got 5. Creme eggs. The special exhibit in the House of Horror is based on a rumor that shocked society in London.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be...
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
All right. Yeah. I know just what
Wake
you're
up,
talking
juror
about.
number
I think.
1.
Yeah. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this.
That's how the sound of the whispers went.
It was in Logate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab, covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
Do you think it was juror number 6 who shot the professor?
He does have a gun.
That's literally the only connection I have with him.
Yeah.
But also because he's in this case. So therefore, he's definitely 100% involved somehow.
Yeah.
The corpse climbed
And that's
out.
why he's like, yep, she's really good. Because
Yeah,
otherwise I'm done.
maybe, of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the same scene that can be seen today at your museum, is it?
Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's just entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
True. But what if they weren't dead in the first place? Sorry?
Yeah. 10 years ago, I was there in Logate Cemetery.
She must have been very young at the time. Because she still looks young.
Well, she's a witch.
That's true. She's probably 500 years old.
Yeah. After the criminal known as the professor was killed by Anging,
Anging.
I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. Il mort.
Il mort. I see.
What if he was just lying very still?
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Hold it!
Is that true of every Waxworking museum then?
It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals of the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça.
No.
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status, even.
Because nothing says hardened criminals better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. The Professor. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The Professor.
The Professor.
The Professor. Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells.
Hold it!
Who was the grave?
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Yeah, I'm also curious who the gravekeeper is. But also, why... So, obviously it's not a photograph. It's a drawing.
Yeah.
Why did Odia's ass man draw this? Like, what does this
Also,
mean?
I'm confused because if she took, didn't she just say that she took a thing of his face just after
Yeah.
he was hung?
Yes.
So why did she then have to dig him up? If she'd already got it.
Maybe for the body? Actually, yeah. Have we missed anything? Because that is what... That is the point, right? That's when she, because she took the wax thing before he was interned. But then why did she need to work with the gravedigger?
Yeah.
Okay, no. She didn't dig him up. She got the wax thing before he was put in. Like, so she was like, hey, gravedigger, before you actually dig the grave and put him in, let me do my thing. And then she did. And then she left. So the gravedigger dig in first, put him in, and then dig him up again, and then dig him in again. So, okay. Yeah. But why did Asman draw this? Why?
I guess this was his old job, was being an illustrator.
Is that just gonna be? That's just gonna be it. Yeah. Oh yeah, and he was a drawer.
A drawer.
What are the odds that Enoch Drebber just happens to be the scientist that sees it, and that Asman is the one chosen to draw it for the newspaper? I don't know, man. Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
Oh, the grave digger. Oh my gosh, grave digger.
There we go.
Just gave her access, didn't actually dig him up. It was before he got buried.
Yeah. The
Okay.
gravedigger is like, okay, you can get in, and then when she's done,
I can take a cheeky break.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then when she's done, he then does his job of digging the grave and putting him in, interring him.
Yeah, the great dipper.
The grave digger. Yes.
It would seem the proprietress of this why do I keep wanting to say respiratory? Repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is a part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
Oh, chillax, bro. It's not
I like
that
it when he's
bad. Stop it.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui. Exactement.
Exactement.
It's another Poirot thing to say.
Yeah.
And
Like,
natural.
just the very naturellement, exactement. Because basically, that's just a word that you just add "mon" at the end, and it's fine. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the easy way to pretend to be French. And maybe in
Oui.
sacre bleu sometimes, and oui, and like
Yeah.
non. And I mean, no is barely French in the first place. It's basically already English. You say no, but then you put a bit of a twang to it. It's rather no, it's non. No, you just don't. You just make sure that your tongue still covers the back of your throat. No, no,
Oui, mon.
no. Oui, mon?
No more.
No more. No more. I guess that's spelled N-O-N-M-E-N-T.
Cheese more.
Yeah. Chismon.
I can speak French.
Yeah, me too. You were there longer than you expected to be?
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin.
Oh, God. Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Correctement.
Correctement? His chinment, not alignement. Correctement.
Oh dear, what a
What a horrible
thought.
thought. Thought.
Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
Wrigley Mortis?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Dispense. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. Can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
Get out, Susato. Ah, like,
I wish I had a pair of sunglasses around to just put
yeah,
on at the end
grave. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, she's becoming more like you.
of it.
This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Sato. It's always time for jokes. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in such subjects.
I am also a murderer. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Hold it!
See?
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. Her first light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning.
Why is that something the judge remembers? 10
Yeah.
years ago,
Yeah,
the
that's
June
weird.
the 14th had the earliest sunrise of that year. Yeah, yes, I remember it well. On
Yeah,
its
that's a bit...
17th.
That is crazy, actually. How does he know that? That really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Shum seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appeared to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant?
I love the fact
Okay.
that they're having quite a calm conversation of just like, oh, so this was when you went there? Yeah, okay. And then he's just like, hold it!
So I guess we have to decide which one we think is more significant. This one or the rigor mortis one. I'm gonna go for this one because I feel like time is an easy one to leap onto. Those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame.
With pleasure, my lord.
Okay, so here's what I've been thinking, right? As this has been going on. I want to look at the original autopsy report. Confirmed at midnight, right? So the hanging happened at midnight. Rigor mortis takes about 3 hours, and then she worked for half an hour, and then sunrise had to be done about 4:40. So far, all of that kind of matches, assuming it's basically an instant teleportation from the hanging to being interred. The point I'm making sort of is that like the time for the death happening and sunbreak, which is when she had to be out, is pretty short.
Yeah.
So that's how I was thinking. We'll press this as well. Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too, then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Oui, that must be correct. That will be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
Okay, so she started the work at 4, which would be an hour after rigor mortis was at its... which checks out with what she said. Like, it wasn't quite rigor mortis anymore, so the jaw was moving.
Yeah. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
Depending on how long it takes for rigor mortis, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if it lasts for longer than an hour, then, you know. For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and trial will be over.
I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zeeks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I. I mean, he would like to know who killed his brother, I imagine.
Yeah, probably. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Okay, so... It was before the onset of rigor mortis. Aha! Okay. That means it was before 3 hours, which it doesn't check out. Because it was supposed to be 4 hours. The hanging was midnight. I'm going to present this.
Unless, was she saying that she had to be... Oh, no, wait, she said that the light was coming up, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to present this because the death was supposed to be at midnight. So if it was before, that would have been before 3 a.m. And then it only took her half an hour, so...
Oh, music stopped.
Yeah, that's a good sign. It's not always correct, but most of the time. Madame Spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And? Is that a problem?
I believe it is. Because your testimony and a particular detail in this report completely contradict one another.
What? Quoi?
But I thought qua was Q-U-O or qua? Qua? Maybe this is qua.
Quoi?
I think because it's like, yeah, I'm gonna say this is qua.
What?
Qua? yeah, just translate, yeah.
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are? Yes? As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June.
No.
If the professor did indeed die at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
I'm possible.
I'm possible. Impossible. Hurrah! Order! Council, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck. Extraordinary.
My day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night. Without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no...
Yes, the professor died that night, but what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at... Are you insane? What? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and one other person of interest.
Murder.
I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Maybe this one? Because
he
it has
caused a great
Osman?
stink and... oh, yeah!
Maybe this is when he died, when he got shot. Maybe this happened before. I'm gonna take that as a guess.
Take that!
What happened that night is written... See, the music didn't stop this time. It's written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
By rampaging sheep.
Yeah.
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed.
May we? The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up.
In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? I mean, it's either Drebber or Asman.
I mean, I guess it has to be Trevor.
The witness would be the young... It would be Drebber, right?
Yeah.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Trevor?
The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and besides the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man was Victor Einstein. Dun dun dun, is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. I know his name is Albert, before anyone says. But we still haven't mentioned the fact that Odious Assman was the one who... Oh, no, it's just Odious Man. It's not Odious Assman. Was the one who drew it in the paper.
Yeah.
Hurrah! 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 I just said retro. Surely not council.
Trevor was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Trevor? Is that name significant?
Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. Your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No.
No, no more.
Oh, but that would mean... Madame Two Spells. It would appear you know the name Enoch Trevor. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my.
Good gracious.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. I mean, she did literally bring in the newspaper that we're talking about
Yeah,
now.
yeah, exactly. And literally it says Enoch Drebber in the thing. I mean, why is everyone surprised? It says in the article that it was Enoch Drebber. Oh, well, she knew that, I guess, but she didn't know why Enoch Drebber was an important name. Yeah.
The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed.
Except in the article you brought in.
Newspaper
Yeah.
right here. That is apart from in one newspaper. Bum, 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 bum.
Hello, Z. Hello, Raiders. Hope you're having a good time. Me and Briony are playing through the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are in Game 2, Case 4, towards the end. So if you don't want to be spoiled, maybe be careful. But otherwise, we're quite happy to have you. I hope you had a lovely time, Ozzy. And I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown in the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me! Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Do you know, in all of that, me being like, of course she knows him, she has the article. I forgot she'd had to make a waxwork of his face.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, that's probably a bit more important information.
That's true, yeah. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claims as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model for the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and his face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Was the waxwork was that of the professor? Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Okay. So throwing that waxwork there works as a sort of warning to the Dr. Scythe. It's like, you're gonna find this, and you better say that this was Odiasman, or I'm gonna tell people how you screwed up 10 years ago or something, like a threat or a blackmail thing. But the real question is that, like, just because she mislabeled the autopsy report doesn't seem that big a deal, unless there was more to it, unless she was involved in more. Like, her being wrong, I don't think it's that huge a deal. Her mislabeling it, maybe, but if the reasons why she lied about it is bigger, that I could see as enough of a blackmail to have her falsify the autopsy report again.
Yeah.
This court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? I ain't doing it. I'm not going on that stand. You can't make me.
You can't make me. Go away. I won't. I refuse. Says the strongest of hearts. The Pandora's box. Yeah, that's me.
I ain't saying nothing. No way, no how.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. Even though he's been ordered to by
Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
The prosecution calls for Briony's last statement to be stricken from the record. Such statements have no place in a court of law. Jeez.
Sustained.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes.
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Now we're getting somewhere. Order! 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 Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigations Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. I've changed my voice for him because I didn't want to keep doing this. It ends up hurting your throat if you do that for too long. But I still haven't found the right version of it yet, so we'll see.
Yeah.
All right then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could have never been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out.
They were roommates.
Oh, they were roommates. Oh, she's going to be there as well.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I need to pick a different voice if they're going to be talking to each other.
Yeah.
I don't know what to. I could just go posh. That's my go-to.
I mean, I know. Like, listen, everyone, listen. We're not trained voice actors with 15 different types. We only have a limited amount we can bust out.
Yeah.
How about giving her like a vague Russian? No, at least she won't be Russian. Like a vague like she's obviously very icy, you know, very like held back, very controlled. I feel like your voice of Zeke is very like a bit of arrogance, like a little bit of like challenging, while I'd imagine
Yeah.
her being maybe a little bit more like held back and so on. Maybe
I'll just
like
do a
maybe
breathy
maybe
Van Zeeks.
maybe sort of yeah, maybe that, or maybe just sort of like maybe more clipped words and clipped sentences in a way. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you know,
Yeah.
I was reading a book and it said that someone said in very clipped tones, and I was thinking, I don't know what that means.
Ah.
But thank goodness no one will ever say it in real life, and I'll have to know.
Clipped tones means that you end the sentence or end the word quickly, like you sort of like you're just done with it. You just sort of you say it as shortly, not necessarily speak fast, but that you're done with the sentence quick. So something like
Yeah.
this: you speak and you're done. That's it. That's what I'm saying. I'm speaking in clipped
Okay.
terms and voices. Like I'm done. So like
Like,
that's a thing.
what's his name in Star Trek?
Who?
The one who, oh, what's his name?
I'm not a
Who's like
tricky person.
The captain, like, Captain Kirk.
Ah, yes.
Gonna be like, over there they are.
Yeah, kind of, I guess. Yeah, sort of. But don't do a Tiberius Kirk voice necessarily. Yeah, William Shatner. Yeah,
William Shatner, that's the one.
yeah.
Oh.
Okay, well, do what you can. You can adjust as you go. That's fine.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy on both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised.
I think that's good. Like, you're extending the Zeke's voice into more. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. Like, his voice is continuing through. But for
Yeah.
sight, you're being shorter and quicker.
I
And
try
you're
and
doing-
channel Alan Rickman for Van Zeeks.
Yeah. Perfect. And then you like obviously higher pitch for her and a little bit. Yeah, it's good. I think it's good.
If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
Where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following its execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he?
And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. One and at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Very well, then. If everyone so wishes, let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course. As you wish. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ah!
The details in the article aren't true. It nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. So that's motive for him wanting to kill Odie. Asmund.
Oh.
Because Odie Asmund was the one who worked for the Daily Circus.
Yeah.
So that's why he sabotaged it for Odie? So that he would die? Maybe?
Yeah.
Let's see how that goes. And I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
A lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital?
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
And aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Him too. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Logate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Logate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale.
Story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. I mean, okay. It blows my mind that no one has won. Hey, wait a minute. It says, "Oh, ass man" here. Like, people have looked at this newspaper and no one said it yet. I feel like that's the first thing you see when you're presented with something. You look at it and you notice stuff like that. But yeah, fair enough. Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then?
Well...
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Logate Cemetery is at the rear of the Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among our students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard that night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. Oh, come on! After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Oh, that smile. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night?
Camera!
Have we investigated this thoroughly?
Not at all.
Okay. Oh, look. The cover came open.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Is something wrong?
There is no plate. It's been removed.
Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this would be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Poor Sato-san, she looks devastated.
Oh,
Very bloody.
what a wonderful machine, covered in blood.
Yes, you really love contraptions covered in blood like this, don't you?
Oh, yes, I love anything mechanical covered in blood. I find it absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
I simply have to cover it in blood. That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikotoba. They didn't react to the blood at all!
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains.
This the first time you saw it? Come on. Yes, you're right. I do think half the people in this world are just blind. Selectively blind to things. Yeah. Looks like blood, actually.
Oh, oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha. Okay, well, That's still not necessarily proof, though. Like, that just means there's blood on the camera.
And the blood stains on the camera.
Hmm.
Trevor, are you okay?
You okay, Annie? What about this one? What did we didn't really have anything particular here. I kept wanting to open it up, but we couldn't. Camera from around the neck of the waxwork of Mr. Trevor in the special exhibit with the lens's extended dark staining visible on the bellows. Maybe it is the camera. No, it wouldn't be.
I swear when we took it from the exhibit, Madame Suspel said something about it being the actual one.
Yeah, maybe. So why did Naruto say it wasn't the one? She has the key. We're gonna need to open this up eventually.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
We have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo?
I know. I need to resent it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. I'll continue pressing to see if anything else shows up, but otherwise I think we'll try the camera here? Maybe?
Yeah.
I'm not confident about the connection, but it's worth a shot.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame de Spels, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
Just a thought, but when we went into his room before he was trying to blow himself up, this probably isn't anything significant, but there were loads of marks on the walls where he'd taken pictures down. So I wonder if he was trying to hide something.
Maybe. Maybe.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and comme ça, a fancy man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display?
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
The camera?
Oui.
Did you? I can't say I remember. It's the camera! What was it, madame? Yes!
Is camera.
Ah! Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my house of horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is a two-spells way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes, interesting. Aha! The actual camera. I wonder if we can investigate it now and see something new.
Yeah.
We're checking this side now, maybe. They might have different dialogue, at least. This is where the photographic plate goes in, I think, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera Mr. Drebber used that night? I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Two Spells.
She's very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? Yeah, that's it, I guess. And we already saw the part about the blood. But maybe now the blood is going to be more exciting. No. Interesting in its non-interestingness. No. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to click there.
Oh. I got excited.
Yeah.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would expose a secret in Dr. Sai's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Sai are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly.
Alright, it has to be presenting the camera then.
Yeah.
On this one, I would imagine.
Objection!
Bad sign? Oh, very sad sign.
You're a big dummy.
You're a big
Why
dumb
would
and
you
stupid
present
person. You shouldn't practice law because you're dumb and stupid. Go back to Japan, you dummy dumb. Oh no.
it? Is it the next one?
No.
The one before?
Damn, okay. It has to be this one, but if it's not the camera, then... And he claimed that this is just bullcrap, right? Huh. So if it's not the camera, then what is it?
So wait, what are the lines?
So the beginning is I was moonlighting. Then it's like, yes, the illustration is based on what I witnessed. And then it's, but I actually didn't see the professor, and that's why we're like, hey, hold on a minute. And then it's, then she came to do wax. And then I gave up on becoming a scientist because of the newspaper article.
Oh, maybe it's the newspaper article then on that final one, and we can be like, look who wrote it. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't see the. I mean, obviously,
it.
obviously, yes, that is. We do want to bring that up, but that wouldn't be in opposite to what he's saying.
That's
like, I'm up for
true.
doing it. I'm up for doing it because we have no other idea necessarily, but I feel like it has to be against this one because that's what we want to argue about, and that's what Naruhodo and Susato just said also, that we have to stop him at this point. But
Yeah.
what would that be, though? I didn't saw the professor at all, though. Well, it says here, but, you know, he said that the news article is crap. Hold on. If he got the Royal Society trophy, were you actually giving up your dream?
True.
Objection.
Apparently, yes.
Oh.
Well,
I never dreamt of having a trophy. Can we look at the article a bit more now in like the talking about it way, or is it still just the
it's just this, sadly. Yeah.
Hmm.
We can. They'll probably ask us gently, what if it's not this man? What if the signature's different? And then we have the signature
Oh,
here.
then we use that,
to
yeah.
show, yeah. What the hell could it have been then?
What could it be?
Oops. Based on what
So-
I witnessed.
What was the first one? It was the first above moonlighting, shall we say? Okay. Yeah, there's nothing.
The illustration is based on what I
Yes,
witnessed.
uh,
Okay, okay. Should we then show the illustration? And this says what you witnessed, but you're then saying it's not the professor? I don't know. That feels like
I
we're doing it the
don't
wrong way
know.
around, you know? Presenting is usually like, aha, but this contradicts what you said, you know? But in this case, I don't know. I'm gonna save. Or we lose everything we have again.
Yeah.
Objection.
Nope.
Bro.
Go back to Japan, asshole. Sorry.
Objection.
Okay, so
Aha.
literally it's just that's bad. I don't like that because he literally said like, "Oh, the newspaper's wrong," and then we were like, "Aha!" But it says in the newspaper. That is a weird leap of logic to me.
Yeah.
Unless, yeah.
not really an objection. It's like, yeah. Huh.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based on what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. Okay, fair. Fair that, like, since the illustration had the mask, that was a detail that couldn't have yeah, exactly. That's my argument with this. That's fair that because the illustration has a mask, that means that's what Drebber said, and that means he did see something because he wouldn't have known it, obviously. But how were we supposed to know that? You know, how are we supposed to know that was the thing? And how are we supposed to know that when he says, that newspaper is rubbish, I actually didn't remember anything? We're supposed to say, aha, but it says in the newspaper. Like that made no sense to me. That was a flawed leap in logic, I think. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Hoorah! Hoorah! Well, Mr. Drebber?
I mean, I guess you could argue that if it was like, as they've said, it's against the law to reveal his face, maybe that's why he was like, I just put a mask on him.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I just guessed, you know? But it wasn't him that described, I guess. It was the artist. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
What?
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself?
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them? The sexton? The, patrol guard?
Yeah, I guess so.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Strange.
Strange.
Excuse me.
Madame Tispels. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Oh,
Would it
a
be fair to
sexton
say...
is a church officer, apparently.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that is all. And Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, Madame, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
How can you watch your tongue? It's in your mouth. Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Please, Madame Tispels, carry on.
Of course.
Of course, Mon.
Of course, more. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the detail. About the masks that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
And
there
he's
it
gonna
is.
say he's gonna say
There
what? No, blood, not me. Well, it would have been blood all over my stuff. You don't have blood, and we're like, aha, camera in your face, you know.
Hey, splatter, I barely know her.
Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tispels? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on. Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. Aha! If there's no spattering blood, then how come camera? Yeah, Madame Tispels has testified that you told her about both those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort.
10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word.
Ah! Tell me, Madame Tispels,
Oui?
what exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently spattered on him?
Alors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he had a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart.
In his art.
In his heart. Don't laugh.
One dreadful sight after another.
And since Monsieur Drebber at the time was facing towards the condemned man, the blood spread from the wound and splattered on his body. That is what he told me.
So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Hold on a minute. I thought the gunshot wound came from behind Dr. Drebber.
Yeah.
So then it
So
would have
he
passed...
was facing
Yeah.
the guy.
But then the blood... Like, if you get shot in front, surely the blood comes out the back. Like... Or maybe not. Maybe you shoot and then it spews out because there's now all of a sudden a hole that is releasing blood. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like blood splatter happens if you stand behind rather than...
Yeah,
well, unless he
'cause that's
was
the
very
momentum.
close, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Precisely, and I didn't forget it because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it. Well, we do.
Ooh. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So he mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small.
Get camera. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is a camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Is that blood? What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
Ah. That's right. It is a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Dispel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in the question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that, furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Ah! He's robot malfunction. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
But why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose, then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? It is, of course, Masked Man. Courtney Scythe. She looks great for 39. Oh, God. I'm 38. Oh, no.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe?
Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. It was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that is exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
Oopsie.
Pandora's box. Pandora's box. And it is exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secrets. even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report.
Ah! Ah! Yeah!
The fucking foot! Lord Van Seeks!
Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Such as my leg upon the table? Goodness me.
Where did it go?
Put it back
It's
right
just
when we
the
looked
sort of
away.
Tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Well, I have no idea at the moment.
We have too little information to work that out at present, I think.
I couldn't agree more. This case is taking forever. Like, man, I was hoping we'd finish it today, and I mean, I kind of still want to, but like, jeez, we've been streaming for almost 5 hours now.
Yeah.
With a short break in the middle, mind you, but still, and we
Little bit
talked
of
for
Fall
40
Guys.
minutes, but still. Okay, so fine. We probably spent 20 minutes on Fall Guys and tech issues, and about 40 minutes on talking in the beginning. But that's still at this point on like 4 hours almost. Well, 3 and 45 minutes. Yeah, okay, that kind of. Yeah, okay, but I'm basically. It feels like there's still a while to go, but maybe not. We do have him on the
Doesn't
thing.
feel like it's concluding anytime soon. It
Yeah.
feels like we've just opened up.
I feel like we're about to go
worms.
investigate again, maybe, but maybe not. Maybe we just get
Yeah.
this, and then the next case is going to be about the follow up to this. We'll find out, I guess.
Rude. The Old Bailey is no place for wild accusations.
Fantasies.
Fantasies.
Uh,
And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
consider what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
To be honest, I feel like Drebber would be the type of man who would do just that. I don't think he would be afraid. He's the man who planted a bomb to try to tempt anyone who came to find him. That man is psychopathic. I don't think he would balk for a second to just declare war on all of the police in Britain. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the adventure and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Master Asman at all.
You did.
Or are you forgetting that his death resulted in me not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There's the contract. That's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force the head of forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means that's not the motive. Yeah, the motive is just we saw
He
him.
ruined his life.
Yeah, Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. Why? Why was his motive then? Cat shopper, Scare, we said that an hour ago.
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Charade. Charade.
Sharadi?
Sharon Moore.
Hmm.
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
I like how
Yes,
Kazuma
move
just
out
dodges.
the way.
He just dodges a bit. Yeah.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, Council, present your evidence. All right. Who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Trevor? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. Except, of course, Brian and Rithian, who saw it ages ago. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right
The
here.
newspaper and the contract.
Yeah. Well, is it the contract?
Well, because isn't that the signature? So it could be like,
yeah,
look,
of course. Yeah.
proof
Yeah.
that's his signature.
Take that.
Yeah. It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
That drivel should have never been written. It's topical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence...
I feel like if I had wanted to kill someone because they wrote an article, when the article was brought up, I wouldn't be so visibly angry about it. Like, yeah, that ruined my life. I'd kill whoever wrote that.
Yeah, it's the worst. I hate it so much.
Who was it, by the way? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
not that I know. I don't know who it was probably, but I hated him. That guy, the reporter that I remember so very well. But I don't know who it was, maybe. Perhaps, yeah. I love how in these games, To Restore a Man says, in these games, the protagonist is either 10 steps ahead of you or 10 steps behind. There's no in between. Very true. Often I'm like, where is Phoenix Wright going with this? And aha! Or in this case, it's like, come on, Rinosuke. Here we go. It will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. This just because of the signature, I assume.
I think so, yeah.
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and this contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odious Man.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
It's the Great Stink. Yeah. One of these days is going to stop being funny when I go to the immediate wrong answer, but it's not today. It's not today.
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
Ah. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victims last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odious Man. Ah! Got him.
Had it.
Objection.
But explain to the court why. That's okay.
What
Don't
happened?
worry, Alexa. Alexa's just saying, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble understanding right now. I'll explain afterwards.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll explain.
Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. That would involve divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad ways to identify me unambiguously, I might add. And then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord.
Oh, he knew? He just knew.
In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
So he just knew and he just didn't mention it. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Certainly, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection.
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? Well, the trophy. I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? I'd recognize one anywhere.
I recognize it anyway, exactly, yeah, clearly. What exactly is this trophy, Council? It is the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord.
There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste.
I
All
love
as
that
a
his
result.
defense for why he doesn't care is like, no, I'm dumb. I'm a
Yeah.
big dummy dum-dum.
Yeah, I don't care. I was fine. It was fine that I left. I was actually dumb and bad. So, yeah. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold.
Oh. Oh.
Male, strong heart. It's strong heart. No, it's just her.
Oh.
What? She was that. She didn't move when the whole thing appeared. So.
Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it. All of it.
What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, blah, blah. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Okay, hold a second. This feels suspicious as hell.
Yeah.
That she all of a sudden is like, oh yeah, it's what he said. That's what happened. Nothing else about it. You found our secrets. Like, this is super sus now, actually.
He's taking the bullet, I guess.
Yeah. Good Lord!
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. Oh no, that's true.
I guess
that's you.
Yeah, but technically she's also the one reading it out, so both of us could be correct. But I'll say it. We're assuming it's from him. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Nah, I don't buy
The
it.
judge is just like, what?
All of a sudden, I don't buy it.
Yeah.
Because the way... Yeah. Hold on. Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplices admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all! What? Have you forgotten that the Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there is really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Ora! Ora! Ora!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeek? Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
What is going on?
Oh,
This
no.
has thrown me off entirely.
It's
that
so
she
confusing
just-
because we were like, she did this, and she's like, I did this, and we're like, what? No, you didn't.
Wait a
Shut
minute,
up.
no, you didn't? Yeah, exactly. That's literally how I feel. We're like, aha, we're on to you. This is exactly what happened. And she goes, all right, here's what happened. This happened. I'm like, no, it didn't. Like,
Why
immediately.
did you say that?
Immediately. So, no. The fact that she just confessed out of nowhere, like, makes me think that's not all of it. Maybe that's going to play into the next case, maybe? I don't know. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoing of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah! I mean, to be fair, this is standard in Phoenix, right? You always forget about who the original thing was because the plot goes 20 million places. So,
Yeah.
very true. It even
Very
slipped his
true.
mind.
It had slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
No. None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
No. No. This is wrong. Even though we've freed our client, and even though she admitted it, we're not done.
Yeah.
I guess this has to go into case 5, this then. Yeah.
Proving Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. Objection! Before he says innocent. See, yeah, you're right. No, I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything all right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... I mean, I don't... Okay, I want the case to end, but I also... I don't know, man. It's the goal... Okay. Objection! So the goal, the way I see it, is for the prosecution and defense together to reveal the ultimate truth of what's going on, which is a little bit wrong because the idea of the defense is to get your client free. You know, that's your job.
Yeah.
And the job of the prosecutor is to get the client accused and judged. That's the goal. But really, I think the ultimate goal should be for them together, through basically working together, attacking and defending the case at full strength from both sides to reveal the ultimate truth of what actually happened. Yeah. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to advocate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion at the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth. And I wait to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes. In hindsight. Yes. One word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. It's amazing how both stupid Sherlock Holmes is and how much of a genius he is and how he knows everything, you know?
Yeah. He's
To the
such a
bitter end, you
himbo.
understand. Yeah, he is, very much. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Holmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe.
Testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Ah, in case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time.
Ah!
As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. Ow! Pray, forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
I slipped! Whoops! Just like that. That's what you call it. What's your objection, Lord Van Six?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You'll what? Oh yeah, I don't know why I thought it was me. Lord Van Six. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber, who he has yet to admit to.
Very well. Oh. Do we want to go into this, or did you want to end it?
I just feel like it's just about to end, though. That's the thing. But I felt that way for a while now. So,
yeah.
But I feel like this is literally the last testimony, and then we're done. So okay. I say we keep going. It's been a mega long stream today for a variety of reasons, but we can probably go, unless you feel like you want to go or whatever. But
no, that's good.
Okay,
that's good.
Okay, cool.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
Whoa, so the entire forensic investigation team is in on it.
I'm taking everyone down with me now.
Damn.
The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception.
So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
Oh,
This is my armband. That's how I earned it.
yeah, by being shrewd. So kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
I wonder if we're going to get the identity of the professor now, or if that's going to be next case.
Yeah.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Syed's face. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't strike me as she's hiding anything.
Yeah.
If anything, she seems impressed. Maybe a little bit challenging?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. All right. All right.
Two seconds. I think I just had Mr. Tabs. I'm just gonna go
Okay.
check he's okay.
Okay.
BRB.
All right. Taboo. Yeah, damn, long stream today, or rather, long stream split in two today. But I felt like we were about to finish for so long, so I feel like we have to, you know. Hello. Was Taboo all right?
He's okay, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's keep it going. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it?
There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea.
Yeah, remember last week when we were like, maybe we can push forward a little bit? No. No, we would not have been able to. Yeah. But man, okay. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it.
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? Onto the stage.
The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the notes instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold it!
Yeah, so when the supposed experiment happened, it opened up and dropped Asmund down there, and that's how he died.
Yeah.
And that he was maybe stabbed first, then died, or I don't know. Well, he died there, and then maybe someone went in through the bottom. Maybe there was a secret door at the bottom of the stage, so you can go in and stab him. So you knew about the special construction of the stage. You used to carry out the trick then.
It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork?
I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time.
And why were you given such directions?
Presumably, so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's.
I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage.
Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you're focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. Wait, what do you mean? Oh yeah, because there were 2 cages made.
Yeah.
One that fell down from the stage and one that fell from a balloon.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this.
Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asman.
So you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands, and I plunged it into the man's chest.
Jesus. What if he wasn't dead?
Yeah, he bloody was then.
Yeah, definitely. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death.
Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word. What is it, Mrs. Sato?
Something about Dr. Sai's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh? Which part? Oh.
The real cause of death, I think. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet. That part.
Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord.
All right. So then we're actual cause of death with the neck trauma sustained from a 30-foot fall. Okay. What do we have? Do you have anything that speaks against that at all? Why would he break his neck? If it landed on the feet first.
Unless it just like jarred, I guess. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
I'm gonna try presenting that.
The screwdriver found.
On the platform.
Oh.
Right. No, it must have been found inside him, surely. Or no, it wasn't found inside him. It was found on the platform.
Wasn't it on? Yeah, because they
Yeah.
said, oh, it didn't.
Yeah, like that must have been what killed him. This thing, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try presenting the cage.
Objection.
Uh-oh. Nope. Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's press then.
Hold it.
You're quite sure of that?
Oh, hello.
It was a sort of.
Sorry, Mr. Tabs walked in.
Okay. Hello, Tabs. It was the result of a broken neck.
Yes, as a professional, there was none. That was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim.
Yeah.
though, would you? That is a good point.
No, that's very true.
Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual fact.
Yes, assuming they can be trusted.
There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well.
So do we present?
The photograph, I guess?
Yeah.
Objection.
Nope. Maybe continue pressing, I guess, a bit.
Yeah.
Hold it.
The entire team in perverting the course of justice.
My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry?
It was a matter of priorities.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win.
I need a lawyer.
I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Hold it.
Eh?
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this.
And your precious secret is out now anyway.
Which is why I'm so confused to why she admitted it.
Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Scythe.
Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secrets.
No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Phew, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that.
I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, so there is a possibility that we picked the wrong statement to, like, present on.
Yeah. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it.
Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling.
Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. So this is what we could press to change this.
Yeah.
So do we have anything to argue about?
Well, I get. Did you present the picture on that one?
Yeah, and that's what didn't work.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try this and ask her to add the other thing. What? Why can't I skip? Have we not pressed this before?
I guess not.
No, this I feel like we've done this before. But
Oh
yeah.
yeah, that was the thing about this.
But I can't. It's just I can't skip it with the controller.
Huh.
Oh, I guess last time we saw the whole. No, we're still seeing it now. Which is a shorter version, maybe. Okay, how about we tell him to put that instead in?
Yeah.
Change it. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about what you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant. So could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Why doesn't
Very
you just
well.
add both? Just add both
Yeah,
those
I was
statements.
thinking that. Just say all
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
I stood over the victim's corpse. Where it lay in the top of the cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Objection.
I didn't mean to do that. I pressed the wrong button. Well, now we know at least it wasn't the screwdriver I was supposed to present. Stood over the corpse. I don't know. That could have been. What about the way the cage works? How would you
She
reach?
said she opened it.
Yeah. Why is it broken specifically on this side? I guess that's just where it landed.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Objection.
Nope. Hmm. We presented the cage as well, and that didn't work.
Yeah.
I'm gonna admit I'm a little lost here.
I am confused. What does the autopsy say? That sounds
The
about the instrument, doesn't it?
the one that is lying, you mean?
Yeah. Hmm. I don't know. Is there anything
Yeah.
on the screwdriver itself that we can?
Maybe, because I accidentally
examine? I mean, I feel like that's not deep enough. But I guess it doesn't really matter because it's not what killed him anyway.
yeah.
I don't know.
I'm a bit lost on how exactly to go here. Because we presented the
Yeah.
cage, this cage
If
here.
we look
We
at
can present the
cage,
photo, I guess, but yeah, okay.
is there anything new, new words that it says now?
The wooden cage that was used for demonstration had crashed down with the victim's side into the crystal tower, causing damage to its base.
No. So what are the statements that she says? Go through them. Let's be meticulous.
Began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked in, so we pressed this. Okay.
Yeah.
The actual body, as indicated, was beneath when we pressed this as well. And the body had to be enraged in certain ways to implicate in it, which was my job. And this is what we pressed that led to this. But we can also change it to like saying that she stabbed it.
Yeah.
And then the entire team, we pressed that as well, though maybe it was on a previous save. And then the truth is we pressed that as well.
Yeah. I don't know.
It has to be pressing either like this supplemental statement or the other one. But I feel like we pressed everything else.
Yeah.
Hold it!
I leaned over her in the cage and opened it up. And then I plunged into the man's chest.
No.
After that, I was recording the stab wound as the cause of death. Yeah, which is true.
What does this change it back to? Oh, is that changing it to?
Where it lay in the toppled cage. Yeah. Stood over the corpse where it lay in this toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Can we argue anything about that? Presenting the screwdriver was wrong, pretending the cage was wrong. Apparently. Present the photo, maybe?
Objection!
It
Oh.
was the photo. But why? Again, I don't see why specifically that's the... Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. New song, by the way.
Oh yeah. Justice song.
Yeah.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. I guess he said in the middle of the chest?
Yeah.
Into the chest. No, it's still in the chest, even though it's at the side. Stood over the corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. I mean, yeah?
Yeah. Is it that his... I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really know either here.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain.
The
The inconsistency. The blood spatter?
Yeah.
Where in this
Would
photograph
it
we see the
bleed
legends?
more if that was what had killed him?
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. Oh! So he was stabbed when he was standing up. Because he was stabbed when he was lying down, toppled, as it said in the description. The blood would have just pooled because the gravity would have pulled it downwards instead of right now when it's being pulled like, as it would have been pulled towards his back rather than pulled towards his legs because of the way gravity works. So the stain is traveling the wrong way.
Yeah.
And why is that significant, Council? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in a testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the ground deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage at that position, The blood, this is a really good music track. The blood would have, from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable.
Conceivable.
Inconceivable!
Ah!
Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication.
Ah! Ah! Where's my two spells gone?
I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the blood stain really tells us has only one possible answer.
That is the case. What is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of the side story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in your testimony? The stabbing, probably, right?
Isn't all of it? Because the autopsy report is fake. And I guess the stabbing was different? Yeah. Oh.
What if...
Alex has just started vacuuming. Apologies for the noise.
That's fine. We'll have to deal with it. I don't hear anything for what it's worth. Okay. I mean, yeah, like... We just said that the stabbing was wrong, right? But I think the point about... I think it might come down to the autopsy report as well.
Yeah.
You say that you examined the body and wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it?
I'm sorry, but I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say.
The truth is you had your subordinates do the work for you, and they authored the report. But then you wielded your superiority over them and claimed the credit... Okay, this is definitely going in the wrong way. Can you honestly say that's not what happened?
Yes, I can honestly say that's not what happened.
Well, good! Glad to hear it!
Oh no.
What on earth was the purpose of that exchange, Counsel? Right.
Will this farce never end?
But there's no question that the coroner's ceremony was built on a tremendous lie. Well, the stabbing then, unless it is how she was coerced. I mean that there has to be because there's three of them. But we just talked about the stabbing. I'm not seeing specifically what she's going for.
I think she was maybe coerced by someone else.
Then Drebber?
Yeah.
By Strongheart, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's try for that then. I just feel like the answer can't be the stabbing because we just talked about the stabbing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dr. Scythe, clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter at all.
What?
If you were, where is the note? It's nowhere to be... Okay, this is wrong then. So it is the stabbing. Why is it asking me 3 times then? This is so... Oh, man. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna load. Why ask me about 3 different things when we've already shown that the stabbing was the wrong part? Why again show that up in 3 different things? That just made me second guess the entire thing I believed, you know? That was weird. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But he wasn't dead. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. That's why she admitted it, because she didn't want to admit that she had to kill him. Drebber failed to kill him, so she had to do it. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odious Man's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor what the mastermind behind this stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Ora! 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 Can this possibly be true? You've been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now. You're making all of this up as if I would ever do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic! Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean?
I'd have thought it was so obvious. I just added that in now. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason could I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connections to Dr. Scythe there.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this.
Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
No. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind.
What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once? Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. The Iron Mask, right? Maybe?
Yes?
Because I don't see where scalpels have anything to do with the screwdriver. Who cares? That's been all out in the open. Must be the mask. It must be to prevent... Because there was a mask. Wasn't there a mask in her office? I seem to remember there being a mask in her office.
Maybe.
We'll find out, I guess. It's the Iron Mask.
You've lost me.
Huh? Oh no, this is a bad sign.
Sorry, Mr. Haruhodo, but why the Iron Mask?
Well, of all the things I saw yesterday, it left the greatest impression, so okay, I'm not even gonna I'll let this play through just in case it's funny, but...
Really, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Ah! I think I must have said the wrong thing.
Forgive the interruption, Dr. Scythe. But what my colleague meant to say was scalpels. Perhaps that makes a little more sense to you.
No! You're not allowed to just save it for me! Wow, of course. Oh, she just saves it immediately. No. That's the wrong answer. The right answer is scalpels.
Ah! So smart.
Yes! I definitely said scalpels. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor.
You. Come on, out with it.
It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of forensic investigation team spending, I think. Because it said they spent 500 on scalpels.
Yeah. What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
Maybe Asman was blackmailing Scythe and the forensic investigation team.
Because he knew, because he was the reporter.
Yeah. He had been blackmailing her for 10 years, so now she took her chance.
Yeah.
500 scalpels a month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. It's tax evasion. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's accounts to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Ugh.
10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information that he was researching the story. Information relating to the Desai's darkest secrets that he would use to draw money from her for the next decade. Your darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? Yes, the professor's true identity. I don't know what happened on the night of that execution, or the fact that Scythe was the one that shot the professor. Maybe.
Yeah.
But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. Hold on a minute. So then saying the coercion was wrong was right? It's just that then Runoska just said,
it wasn't
like,
how they wanted it to be said.
Yeah, exactly. All right. You did it entirely of your own free will. See, I am fine with them throwing up questions like that for me, even if it's just to shake me off. But then don't make the right answer in there be wrong, just in case I had already figured out this part. Like, oh yeah, she was definitely involved, so therefore she did it on purpose.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be an option. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever.
You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years.
This is going all over the place, this case. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Jabbar. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. Well, the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who had handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him. For revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who'd ruin your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one had the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Lord Van Six, what would you like to decide?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, yes?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. There's gonna be way more in the next case. This has been a very long and profound trial. Yeah, you can say that. We've been at this trial for so long. But I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered and, above all, a fool.
Professor?
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor. That's not true. What? Don't tie yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You are not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Seeks.
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dream, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge for which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Oh, what's that? He's done, is he? It's all over.
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty!
Ooh, confetti! Like
Yay!
in real court.
Confetti
Fireworks.
court! Fireworks like in real court. Yeah. Court is adjourned. Yaha, says Scythief. Thank you for subscribing.
Yeah.
It's over. That was some trial. (24th of October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money. I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
I mean, we could use some financial reward, like it's if it's going, if it's available.
Oh dear, oh what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh my, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis on my grape machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Lord Van Six, what are you doing in here?
Barak. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying.
I need to lower my light again. I look like madness. It's crazy how it's supposed to auto-adjust, and it mostly does, but then sometimes when the lighting around me changes a little bit, it's either mega dark or mega light.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Sorry? With the defense? Did I just hear that right?
Iwafu. I always knew you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around whilst I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Barak. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Oh, sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak.
Lord Van Six, what's all this about?
Necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Six at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time. I'm thinking it was nice of him to ask. I think, like,
Yes.
someone else is the Reaper, right?
Yeah.
So, like, he's worried about everyone escaping Van Six, you know, and the only one that really truly has is Natsume and Gina.
Yeah.
Because remember, Gina was free as well. So,
True. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Again, but Gina, though.
Oh yeah. Those in the Reaper's sights mean that ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But Barak.
Do you think that's why he stopped being in court? Because he was
Maybe.
like,
I guess if
no,
everyone was getting murdered, he'd be
everyone's
like,
just getting murdered no matter what, so I'm not gonna try this. But then he's come back now. So fair enough if he came back for Mr. McGilded, whatever, fine. But then he decided to still come back for Natsume. Like, I guess he just truly believed he's a bad guy, so even if he does go, it's fine. You know, Reaper will get him. And then he was just wrong.
Yeah.
But then he also did it for Gina? I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Like, if he truly believed that, like, the Reaper goes where I go, why would he still keep doing it? Unless he truly 100% knew they were guilty. Because if that's the case, he's fucking bad at his job. because they are innocent. So...
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why. I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness. Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zee?
At that point, he came back for Inosuke. Yeah, but okay, but if he's coming back just to fight with me, he's still possibly now putting... he's now possibly putting maybe innocent people in the sight of the Reaper. If he knows that, like, when he goes back to the court, the person he's prosecuting will die to the Reaper, that's a responsibility to take carefully.
We've all done weird things for love.
It's not love. In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Harry. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Naked.
Get your mind out of the gutter. That was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma Baron seeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. I like how they take their stances.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. You fucking racist. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Just to remind you of that. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There are exchange programs between Britain and other nations too, then, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Six. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Oh.
I mean,
not the treaty!
the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Navigation and Friendship.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war between Britain and Japan?
But that would mean... Oh my. You mean to say the professor was...
Yeah, it was one of those 3.
Oh! Oh, he's
When the trial
moving!
reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, it's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind that the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
What?
He recognized it and it shocked something in his mind. He's starting to remember who he is.
Is that?
Father.
Kazuma's dad.
What? Father? Kazuma!
He's returned from vacation. Yay!
Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily.
So did we. To be honest, we never
Yeah.
thought he was dead.
We knew the whole time.
the whole time that he wasn't dead. So honestly, we knew. We knew.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it.
Imagine if the whole game was voice acted.
Yeah.
That would
We'd
be
have
so good.
Ooh.
We would just be sitting there and watching and thinking more, you know?
Yeah.
But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
For us, the whole game was voice acted.
I always
Thank you
felt that
both.
we were
Well, we
watching
do what we
over
can.
somehow.
You just put it over his other sword.
Yeah, you already had a sword, bro.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Don't ruin the waxwork thing. Madame Spells is gonna be so mad.
Gonna be angry.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Okay.
Why is now not the time?
All Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Is Van Ziek still here?
So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
Yes. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend.
3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us. I had an inkling there was something there, some connection.
Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Six's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too.
The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me, as I asked.
Go invisible.
So there, he just pieced out.
Yep.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though.
It took time to adjust to having father around, but when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me that the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Osogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Finally, the end. My God.
Blimey!
Jeez.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Well, that was a hell of a reveal at the end there. My God.
That went places.
Twisted Karma and his last bow. Or bow, possibly. We're not sure. What? Oh, yeah, no. Wait, hold on a minute. Hold a minute. This was just case 3?
Yep.
What? I thought we were in case 4. Oh my God, there's 2 cases left still. Wow. I was so sure you were on the 4th one. Okay, damn. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It was Ruitaro, in Japan. It was Natsume, the poison. And then this.
Yeah.
This was only 3. I was so sure we were on 4. I think I've literally said 4 a couple of times in tweets and stuff. Oh yeah, we're on case 2-4. Jeez, there's a lot left to go. Damn.
Blimey. I wonder if they're of a similar length as well.
Because this was a long one. Okay, well, I mean, they are long. The first one wasn't long, but that's the first one. They're never that long. This was pretty long, this one. This one felt super long. Now, this one might have felt super long because we took multiple breaks, in between. Because a variety of different games showed up and so on. That's part of why I didn't want to take a break today either, despite the stream being 6.5 hours long. It was because next week I wanted to play Escape Academy before we went into this one. Which is why this ended up taking so long. But I mean, I don't mind. Like, long is good, really. So, well, not necessarily, but like this was good. But really, really long, though. Damn, okay, yeah. And so many questions have arisen right now. Like, Why was Kazuma's dad a serial killer? Why did Mikotoba still say it was his great friend? Maybe he still was. Like, also, are you allowed to chop off a museum statue? That's gonna cost you money, you know? Like,
Yeah.
does Kazuma know everything about his dad? Like, I guess he must have known, and that's why he came here.
Because he
I mean,
always said, yeah, he kept on saying
he had
like,
a great mission, you know?
Yeah.
And there's always been a huge hint of like Mikotoba and Kazuma and the higher ups being involved.
Yeah.
There's a lot to go. Yeah, I really want to see where this goes. Damn. This is really good. I'm really enjoying where the story is going here. I am happy that we were right about the vacation. Though I would argue,
Yeah.
that it would have been a much better twist if we didn't already kind of know that he was Kazuma. Like,
Yeah.
like the part when Susada came back and said, oh, "But that's definitely Kazuma, though." Like, that to me was unnecessary. Like,
Yeah.
I get it. Like, it makes more sense that she would recognize him, kind of, probably. But I think it would have been better if, like, it was just, there's a weird person around, and you and I would have had our suspicions that it might have been him. But, like, it wasn't really
without
mentioned
it
so much in
being
the game.
Explicit.
Yeah, exactly. But then it's literally like, we think that's probably him, but he has amnesia, haha. And then now the reveal comes. I would have been better for the reveal
Yeah.
to have been held back a little bit for now. That would have been more of a oh shit moment, you know?
It was strange.
Yeah.
But I'm glad
It
we
was
were
just
right
in case.
the whole
Well, yeah, I'm
time.
glad we were right too. I'm glad we were right too. And Van Ziek still isn't cured of being a racist. This is like, all right, cool murder, cool motive, but you're still a racist, you know? Like, yeah, okay. So you're racist. You're racist. No. So you're racist because there was one Japanese person who killed people. I understand why you're mad, but you can't be racist. You can't be racist. That's not cool.
True. But now he
Anyway.
loves us and he'll see the error of his ways.
Yeah. I'm not sure the scene at the end would have flowed as well if they had go through the entire revelation then and there. Well, we still haven't anyway. Like, we still have more of this coming next case or the next couple of cases anyway. So the continuous in
Yeah.
Nipponese is a weird one to me. Well, apparently originally it was supposed to use the word Oriental, which is not cool. You're not supposed to say that. So in the translation, they went for like, okay, well, he's not just using the word Japanese, and we can't have him use the word Oriental. So let's call it Nipponese, I guess. You know, yeah, cool motive, still racism, basically. Damn. Okay. Long stream, really long stream. Thank you everyone who stuck with us for 6.5 hours now. Got a bit of a break in the middle with tech issues and some Fall Guys, but otherwise, there was a lot of Ace Attorney. Like, I think this stream has a higher percentage of Ace Attorney to talk than most, I think. Though maybe some in the
Really?
beginning, we had a little bit of a shorter chats, maybe, but yeah.
Yeah.
But that was great. That was fun. I'm really into the story and I really want to see it continue. But as I said, I think next week we're going to play Escape Academy, another type of puzzly co-op-y game in the vein of Escape Simulator and We Were Here Forever type of thing. We got given keys for it, and I thought it seems good. And it's cool to take a little break between cases anyway. Like, it feels like it's obviously they're released like this, but they feel very much like a little episodic games in a way, you know? So that's
Yeah.
always something I've had in mind of like taking a break in between a case or two. For all the Phoenix games we played, or it's just been these, but yeah, seems like a good idea.
Sounds good.
Right.
Well,
That's gonna be
thank
it.
you. I'm glad you got your headphones sorted in the end.
Me
as well.
too. I was very worried. Yeah. Front jack might be broken, but at least I have the back jack, I guess. So
Back to-
as long as this works, I don't need to worry about fixing anything. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Nice.
cool. Right.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much, Briony, for your patience and sticking through with this. This was great. It was fun. Man, have a lovely weekend. And please, if you do feel like it, do pop on and make me watch some wrestling or something. That could be great.
I will do.
If not, just chilling on Discord is also cool. Because I will be pretty much doing nothing planned this weekend. Like I have a shorter than normal D&D session tomorrow, and then no D&D on Sunday because they're all at TwitchCon. So
Yeah.
plenty of time to do whatever.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well,
Thanks everyone in Briony's chat. I'm gonna go ahead and hang up on Briony now, and then she can say hi to you and show you bunnies, and then I can chat with my chat. I think that's the plan.
okay. Well, take care.
You too. See you around, Briony. Bye bye.
Bye.
Ah, what a case! What an ending to the case, and I can't believe we have 2 left. How did I lose track and thought we were on 4? Oh man, that is scary. Someone on Twitter asked me, like, so how far into you? And I was like, oh, we're on 2-4. They could have easily responded to me and were like, yeah, so what did you think about the revelation at the end of 3 where blah, 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 blah happened? And I would have been so spoiled. I would have been so spoiled if that had happened. I will say, that one I wish you would have corrected me on, actually. If I ever said that I was on the 4th case, you said, actually, you're on 3rd. I don't think that would have been a spoiler. I think that's probably good to know, actually. Because otherwise, I might have done something stupid. Like Google, like, oh, I need a reminder what happened in case 4. And I would have Googled it and so on. Ugh. Anyway. Thank you for watching, everyone. It's been a long one. It's been a good one. Thank you, everyone who subscribed and gifted subs and followed and donated money, etc. It is appreciated. I don't ask for it a lot, but obviously it is how I earn a living, so it's good when it happens. Shout outs to people who rated as well. It's been great. I won't see you until Monday though, and to be honest, I'm not sure Monday's happening because people will still be in Amsterdam, I think. So I don't think Monday's going to be Armchair Admirals. So I might be doing a solo stream then. But no confirmations yet. I will let you know on Twitter if that's the case. Yeah, the sun is set, absolutely. So it's a bit dark. We are quitting this out and leaving the stream. Is anyone streaming? Can I do a raid? There's a few people, but honestly, you guys go wherever you want to go. Have a good time, everyone. I'll see you next week. Bye.